Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gents. Hope everyone is well and ready for another day of trading. We've had this news, we had this CPI news. I'm assuming it was quite positive by the little push we had. So I've just been sat watching this for the last 10 minutes. Just seeing what's going on. It slowed down pretty quick and it's more or less slowed itself right down. So let's see how we get on today. So I started another PA today, and as you can see, I've reduced that down to one contract. That's my new risk size from now on. The two contracts I have previously basically traded since I started. It's just too much. It's just too much pressure, and everything I've read lately is saying traders trade too much risk. So there we go. So who have we got in this morning? Roger, how you doing, buddy? Indy, how you doing? Richard Cook. Richard Crook, my eyesight. Morning all, how you doing? Ramwolf, how you doing? I'm okay, mate. Yeah, I hope everyone's okay. Let's see what today brings us, but yeah, Dre. I'll go with Dre. How you doing? How you doing, buddy? Okay. So, I wonder what today. There's certainly a bit more volume this morning anyway. Yesterday I noticed the volume was, well, you can see, can't there? There wasn't a huge amount of volume, obviously sideways, and probably the day before as well. So, I mean, look at that massive push up there. Let's have a look. Delete. So, yeah, so maybe as we get a couple of legs, I don't know. Not sure anyway. I did watch Mac's video last night on the daily. I can't remember what he said, whether we make another leg down. I don't know. We'll see what we see anyway. See what happens. Rodian, how you doing, buddy? Lad? How you doing, buddy? So I got my dog whining outside the room, wanting to come in. He might start howling. If he does, I have to let him in. So what time are we now? Where are we? Okay, market officially opens in just under a minute. Yes, AK Bill. How you doing, Bill? How you doing? So let's see how we get on today then. Yeah, but nothing major. I mean, there was a bit of a pump there, so I'm assuming the CPI date was on the positive side. I noticed crypto had a little bit of a pump. Just keep an eye on it now. A little bit, nothing special. So okay, see how we get on. Now, we've had this, it looked like a spike in a channel. It sort of started here, touched here. It fits pretty much within there. So the trouble is, when earlier on, before things sort of establish themselves, it's hard to know whether we're in a range and this is coming down, or whether we've had this channel and we expect to break in a new high. Because technically, if you look, we've hit this area 3 times, and we've had a sort of a break of it, and we've sharply come back in. So whether we're working back down and this is a range, or whether we're going to have a break in a new high, and maybe, you know, I don't know, maybe this might turn into something, I don't know, something like that on the larger scale. I don't know, who knows? It's just too early to tell at the moment, but we've had this leg. I was trying, there was a bit of a failure there, but it's a little bit in the sky, pie in the sky at the moment. But the market is open, officially open, so let's see how we get on today. Let's have a look. There's a little bit of congestion there, so I do wonder whether we are going to push up. Let's have a little look. Let's make this a little bigger. Okay, if we can push out here and move up, then I'd say it's probably likely we're going to. I mean, it was relatively positive news, and we had a bit of sideways. It pushed up again, a bit of sideways and a break. So I don't know, maybe we are going to continue higher. It's certainly feasible. That was quite strong, that was. Unfortunately, there's no real exit there. I mean, you could say that was a break and a new low from this, and a little bit of a bottoming pattern, but it's sort of gone off without us, really. There isn't really an entry there. Maybe should have taken that one. I don't know. It's a little bit risky. The trouble is it might have ticked. You can come back down. It's hard to say at the moment, really. But so I'd say, yeah, there's a possibility we're going to push up, make a new high. But we will see. Don't forget, if anybody doesn't know, we're back onto this 80% off Apex at the moment for the first month and the second month. My code's down there as usual. If you use it or you have used it, it is much appreciated. Yeah, so we have got some resistance up here, but I do expect it. I think it's strong enough to push through there. It is possible we could just be ranging a little bit as well at the moment. It is possible that just could have been a little bit of a fell breakout. It's just a bit early, really, to know exactly what's going on. Whether we're, I think it's likely we. That's the trouble with taking longs up here. It may well come down here first before it pushes higher. I'll expect it to push higher and make a new high, but whether it does is another thing. So there was a few mentioned about Mac's video the day before yesterday. I watched it last night. Really interested, actually. It's not often Mac generally talks about trading in sort of in general as opposed to just a bar by bar for the day. It's quite nice to hear, actually. So it's sometime in the not so distant future he'll be retiring. But he didn't give anything away. He just said it'll, it's not yet, but whether it's in a couple of years, a few years, or I don't know. But at some point he will. But it's nice to hear him talk about trading in general and the struggles. And it is surprising that people think there's some sort of magic formula that he holds back. When it couldn't be further from the truth, really. Trading is as sort of as simple as it sounds to a degree. The most difficult part is the psychological side. Now, if you can trade like a robot and you don't suffer with emotions, trading will be relatively straightforward. But obviously, it's a little bit, it's a lot trickier than people think. It does look easy, but it's far from it, really. It's not so much learning the strategies, it's applying the strategies to the correct context. And therein lies the problem, because it's not black and white. There's a lot of uncertainty. What are we doing? But I did mention we could come down here. I mean, we touched a couple of times there and a bunch of times here, and same here. So we may go a little bit sideways before we possibly go higher. I mean, this was pretty positive news, and it did sort of continue to push up. Obviously, may need to correct a little bit. I mean, perhaps this is a couple of legs of correction before we push higher. But it's too early to say, really. I don't know. It certainly would fit the top end anyway, but it's a bit too early. It might do something completely different. Let's get rid of that for now. Yeah, I mean, we're clearly ranging at the minute. It's not very clear what's going on exactly, but I would expect to break that high. It's certainly not coming down after this big push anyway. Not that I can see. I think it may come down to this bottom area, but I'd still, after this lot and not a new high, I'd still expect it to go higher. In fact, that could be just a leg, a couple of legs. That would take it down to the bottom. So yeah, I'd expect it to come down to here. There we go. Not quite as quick as that, but there you go. So there's probably break. There's probably some longs there thinking, okay, we've had this break. Short-term trend, we've had a break. New low. Looks to me, like I mentioned, like a bottoming pattern. So there's a bullish bar. So I think by the speed it came down there was probably quite a few longs in there. I mean, after this push up, you'd expect it to make a new high, but sometimes it does that. I've been caught out in that myself a few times, and that's the trouble sometimes when they get to these areas and you get maybe loads of buyers building up here. It can move down pretty rapidly, and it doesn't always adhere to your stop either. I've had a 2-point stop and been taken out many times for 3 points or 4 points. So that's the trouble. I'd expect it to do this, but you just don't know, do you? It might be one leg, two leg. That might be the 2 legs of correction. After it flush that, it may just push up, but it's just so hard to tell at the moment. It's still relatively earlier on. We got the effects of, let's have a look at that. Okay, that's relatively good. Okay, we've had one leg down. See, it may be this channel, and we've had 2 legs of correction, and we're going to push higher. If we push back into here, and then maybe some indication we're going higher, who knows, but I'll see. I mean, that is possible as well. I mean, this might not be accurate. I mean, I don't know, it could be. Well, I don't know how more I can get it really. I've just gone off this initial push, but it could be slightly different. Who knows? I mean, even in a range day, just because we get a break doesn't necessarily mean we're going to make a new high. I mean, a range day, people are short on the top. We've had that little breakout there, so that might be the way down. So based on what I'm seeing here, it quite possibly is. Yeah, I'd say we're capturing a lot of this. Yeah, we do see this quite a lot, don't we? When we have this initial push from the news, then usually it captures most of it back. I mean, it started down here. I wouldn't be shocked if that came down here to around about this area. 1 leg, 2 leg. Uh, 10 chains looks like 41, 48. 41, 48. Oh, look at that. Thought it might slow down here with this, but just push straight to the bottom of it, isn't it? It's quite a strong sell off that. Yeah, so you know, sometimes you think you're going to get a bigger trend after this, and then all of a sudden, it's taken back what 50% of it, isn't it? At least. I know Mac put that. He doesn't use it, but he did. He did put that on there, didn't he, yesterday, just to see whether it was or not. I used it when I was trading currency, but yeah. So we're at the 50% line there, aren't we? I tend to not use it now, but in fact, I think it's technically that way, isn't it? Yeah, there you go. See, case in point there. A lot of the times it'll take it all back, and it has all bar about 10 points. Whether it'll come down any more or not, I don't know. But 4126, you reckon? Yeah, I think it's quite feasible. It's coming down to here. I thought it might struggle a bit there, but it's just wiped straight through that lot. There is a little bit here, isn't there? But maybe as well have a little bit of a break and then a further push down. But that's the trouble, really. Until it establishes itself, it's hard to know what's going on. I mean, when we had this, you think a break and a new high, and then maybe a bigger channel moving up, and then all of a sudden, wow! Sorry, I missed that opening. That lot there. So if we can get a break up here, and we can get a nice entry, that would interest me. Because if we are sort of ranging, maybe you would expect to get at least down to here, where it all started. It often does that, more or less takes it all back. So if we can get a decent second entry short up here somewhere, then I might be interested in that. Trouble is, so many times lately it doesn't even get close before it drops. It looks like it might do this time. Okay, push break, new high, be nice, then maybe catch a lower high. What I try and do with these now, because I've ended up being trapped so many times, I try and allow the trap to happen first before I jump in there. That way it stops me getting caught on the wrong side of the market. So who knows, we may come down to these bottoms. Don't know whether you would put that there. Maybe there, the start of the leg. Yeah, I mean, even taking up to the EMA there would take us down the bottom nicely. So maybe this is a leg and another leg. Who knows? Okay, so there's the first entry, just by a tick. There's the first entry. So let's see if we can get a failure, which triggers, and then maybe look for an option to go lower, because I'd expect it to come down after this. You know the old saying about usually after a channel we get a break and a new extreme. I find they're a lot more accurate on these smaller trends as opposed to this. Maybe purely because it's a lot easier to plot this trend than it is that one, because obviously, you know, we've gone with the spike and channel that can vary there. Unfortunately, we haven't even got back to the EMA before we drop. But yeah, it's a lot easier to draw these accurately. I mean, that's pretty straightforward, isn't it? But, you know, people might go from here at a slightly different angle. You just don't know. So that's probably why they do seem more accurate. But I can't see. Oh, that has broken up there. So, yeah, unfortunately, there's just no setup, really. We had this break. You maybe expect a new high, and then all of a sudden it's just come down. I did expect it to come down, but unfortunately, it didn't even get to the EMA. It didn't even really get that close. So whether we'll have anything wider like that, I don't know. I'd like to think we'd have this leg and another leg. But you just, who knows? Yeah, it's unfortunate. We had this push up. There was a lower high there, but the trouble is it's really congested and you just don't know. You'd expect it to push up here, wouldn't you, really? In an ideal world, that's where you'd want it. Break and a push up to around about here and then drop down and end up bearish. But unfortunately, it doesn't get close enough. And there's just no setup there. It's just 1 minute it's in that bit of congestion, the next minute it's falling. So we are now down to these areas. I'd expect it to probably get around here. A lot of the times you see this, it will take up more or less every bit that it's pushed up. There's definitely some congestion around here, a little bit there, on the tops of these. So that might be why it maybe needs a pullback. I'm just wondering whether if we get maybe a second entry there to go a bit lower, because technically that little channel there's had a break and a new low, so it's played out anyway. So we could bounce up, but hey Sam, how you doing, buddy? I watched Mac's video from the other night, Sam. Night before last. He was talking about YouTubers. I'm pretty sure he wasn't thinking about us. I think it was on about the YouTubers that sell courses and you could just subscribe to and all that sort of thing. Because he mentioned YouTubers and I went, oh. Has he seen our videos? But no, it was clearly on about, YouTubers who are charging and teaching and all that. We're not charging, we're not teaching. We're just human guinea pigs, really, aren't we, in front of the population, just to see what we're doing. Hey, how you doing, mate? How you doing, buddy? We're just human guinea pigs, really. What not to do. So I don't think he was. I don't think he had us in mind when he mentioned that. It did make my eyes open, I got to say. When he mentioned that, I'm thinking, oh crikey, has he seen one of our videos? But no. Yeah, there's loads of guys out there that charge to, I don't know, Discord or charge fees, whatever, to teach exactly the same thing. So yeah, he was on about that. But was he mentioned retirement at some point as well? I don't know how old he is. Be interesting to see to find out how old he is. At least then you can have a bit of a yeah. It'd be interesting to see how old he is. At least you'd have a bit of picture of the. So I think we've actually got into trading at the right time, because I've got to say I've never known a way to learn to trade so cheap as what Mac charges. I mean, he did mention that he said if he did well at it, he wanted to give some back, and the small fee charges $125 a year. He's clearly giving back there, isn't he? He could charge a lot more of that. So I think there's just something about Mac that I like. He's got a certain. Can you my dog howling there? He's got. I might have to let my dog in. He's howling. Hold on a sec. Sorry about that. My dogs were just howling like madly, wanting to come in the room. Contrasting for sure. Yeah, absolutely. You can just tell with some people there's something about his voice, but if someone's charging you $125 a year to teach you to trade, straight away they're not after your money, are they? They're not doing it to. He makes his money at trading. He doesn't need to do this. I dare say there are guys out there who charge and make money out of it, and it contributes to their sort of income. But he clearly doesn't need to do that. He can clearly make his money, and he has made his money. So when he says he does this to help people, I genuinely believe him. And it is nice. There's not, that's the trouble with the world. Everyone's out for something, everyone's out to get something, really. And there's not a lot of genuine people around. And I've got to say, when I do find genuine people, I've got a lot of time for them. Because with so many people, it's just take, isn't it? You know what I mean? But with Mac, I've got no doubts he's a nice, genuine person, and it's nice really to be involved, with a bunch of like-minded guys and be part of Mac's system. Especially the amounts of money you can pay out there for courses. It's horrendous. There's a girl I've had a couple of words with in the UK, mindfully trading. She paid nearly $3,000 for the Warrior trading system, and she doesn't use it. So you can pay a lot of money, and the trouble is you don't know what you're getting. Whereas with Mac, $125, you can take a risk, can't you? But you can't even get your tooth filled for that nowadays. So yeah, it's nice to be part of this. Max said he's big into real estate. I'm sure a large part. Yeah, he probably earns half of America, doesn't he? Probably. He's probably got a small island. But yeah, he strikes me as quite a calm, calculated, clever guy. So I got no doubts he's invested his money wisely. But he is a nice guy. He's a genuine guy. He's the type of guy you want in your corner, isn't he? For sure, yeah. See, I don't know what's going on here. We're pushing down here, maybe. I would have preferred to pick up the rest of this. In a lot of cases, we do. So, I was thinking it was quite likely going to come down here. Often you see these moves, and you get a big move, and all of a sudden, an hour later, it's all come back. But we've had this channel, we've had a break, and we've had a new low. And if you count that, we've actually had a new low from that smaller channel as well. You could, it's a bit small there, but I don't know. Depends how fussy you want to be, really. But by the by anyway, but you could say that's slightly out of there. But that, I think that's the important one anyway. So we've had this good push down, we've had a break, we've had a new low. So whether we'll push up or not, I don't know. I like to think we'll come down some more personally. There is a little bit of congestion around there where it's struggled before, and you can see it in there a little bit, and it's doing the same. So, excuse me. So this may go up or it might come down. I think I don't know. I think it probably a little bit more chance that it'll go up, but we'll find out anyway. But there's no real entry there. I mean, you could say that's a sort of I don't know, a higher low, but are we sure it's going up? I'm not convinced just yet. Hey, how you doing, Lilith? How you doing? Mac recently published his Holy Grail on. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Doug. To be honest with you, we all knew what it was anyway, didn't we? It's just a lot of the time you tend to forget it. But the Holy Grail basically is very simple, isn't it? There's nothing to it really. The trouble is we all seem to forget it, and I'm on my fair share of forgetting about it. Yeah, there was a lower high there, and if you're thinking we're going higher, then you may have took that. But trouble is you don't know whether we're going to get a couple of pushes and then come back down. But yeah, it was interesting to listen. I wish Mac could talk a little bit more. It'd be nice to get to know him a little bit. I mean, a couple of people have said he is quite a private guy, so that's probably why. But it's nice to hear people talk. I'd like to hear him talk about his early days in trading, how he found the psychological side of it. It'd just been nice to, Trouble is, you want to find these people, don't you, that know these skills, and then you want to learn as much as you can from them. So you just want to know, be interested to see or hear how he got on. Did he find it a real struggle? Did he spend 2 years, blowing up accounts, or did he take to it like a duck to water? You just don't know, do you? But yeah, he's interesting to listen to. What on April the 12th with the previous CPI, it was almost exactly the same. Price spiked hard and then gave it all back. Yeah, it's weird how it does that. I suppose it's good news. Everyone jumps in, and then when it starts to get exhausted, everyone sort of comes back out. And but yeah, we usually take most of it back, and in that case, we've apart from maybe 8 or 10 points. But I'm not convinced we're not coming lower yet. I mean, it is possible. Sorry, it is possible we could be doing something like this. I don't know. We'll see in a minute. I mean, those bars are getting slightly smaller, so. Not feeling it today. No trade so far. I missed one. Just took off without me. Yeah, I don't think I've seen anything that I really like at the moment. There was nothing there really. It went congested all of a sudden. Buff, out it dropped. You don't know whether we're going to break. I mean, usually with a break, we like to see it push up to the EMA and give us an entry before we think about taking a short. But it was a couple of points away from it. Didn't even get really that close to it. Not close enough to comfortably, take a trade. Apart from that, I can't see. Obviously, these were the couple of initial pushes, but then it went a bit sideways and then out the top. This short-term trend channel breaking a new low. And then we had this, which to me looked like a bit of a bottoming pattern. But it's congested, so you just don't know, do you? And then we obviously pushed up. But there was... The trouble is, you're still thinking it could make a new high, but then all of a sudden it just dropped. Lance, how did you develop your patience? That's an interesting question, mate. Thanks for noticing. I'd probably say on a scale from 1 to 10, my patience level is probably around maybe a 5 or a 6, maybe, if I'm honest. It's not one of my strong points, patience, put it that way. I seem to have patience for a while, and then it goes. Now, when I talk about patience, I used to play quite a bit of squash. And when I was a bit younger, I was in my early 20s, I put a chunk of weight on, about 3 stone of weight. And a friend of mine who just came out of the army, and he was quite fit, and I used to run circles around him in a squash court, even with 3 stone overweight. But I got to a point where I would get tired. I'd win 5, 6 games in a row, and I got to a point where I got tired, and he just took over. So that's what happens with me. I'm patient, and then something just switches, and I end up taking something stupid, which I've done quite a few times. So I don't know, with patience comes with time. I think when you've taken bad trade after bad trade due to lack of patience, I think you learn to work on it, I think. But it does help me streaming, because I get the chance to have a little bit of a chat, which is, as you know, I'm pretty good at. I certainly talk a lot. But I'm the type of guy who thinks that aloud. I don't think in quiet. I like to talk my problems out, because it helps me hear them a bit. It helps me hear a bit clearer, which I think is why streaming works for me, sorry. But I appreciate you thinking I've got patience, mate. But I'm getting better, I think. But look, see, I wouldn't have guessed we were going to do that. It takes time, I don't know. I think a lot of it comes with time. The more you've been doing it, the better you get at it, I think. Doug, yeah, he was, mate, yeah. Trouble is, if you're charging people and saying, I'm using Mac's system and you're trading it wrong, or you've changed it or something like that, you're actually changing what he's done, really. Now we all sort of find our own way of doing it, but if you're teaching it and charging money for it, and you're teaching it as price action trading, excuse me, then obviously, yeah, he's going to get frustrated. I mean, it was the same with wasn't it? The two, what's the guy, the Asian guy, what's his name? The two of them, Coleman and they were teaching price action trading, and obviously I think I don't know, what do they do? They use some of his material and something, so you can understand he's getting a bit frustrated. People, making money and trading it differently, but the trouble is, then they're emailing him and saying so and so showed me this. Why didn't it work? Stuff like that. But so yeah. As soon as he mentioned YouTubers, my eyes opened and I thought, oh. But it's obviously it's Michael Chin, yeah. It's the people who are charging the money, really. If you're charging someone and teaching someone else's methods and you're changing them, you can understand them getting a bit frustrated. I'm not teaching anything. You guys know this is just my journey. You've seen me, when I've built an account up to $7,500 and I've taken a payment, and you've seen me when I've blown an account and had a meltdown live on stream. So this is just my journey. I'm not teaching anything. This is just me. This is, my struggles, my good bits, my bad bits. Price action is confusing today. It certainly is, mate. But yeah, you guys have seen me since I started streaming. And you've seen me have a meltdown and blow an account. And it's kind of nice to see people's struggles, because it makes you realise you're not on your own, that everybody struggles. Sometimes, when I'm blowing accounts and I'm thinking, is it just me, or is there something wrong with me? Am I not getting it? But then the more you get into it, the more you realise everyone struggles. And I noticed a guy mention maybe a couple of months back on one of the Apex Facebook groups that he'd blown the 20th PA account or something like that. And a guy mentioned that Daryl Martin blew way more than that when he was trading on the Lilu before Apex even existed. Now, we all know Daryl Martin to be a good trader. So even successful traders that make a lot of money have still been through the mill. They've still had the tough times. They've still blown accounts. Everything we've read about it and learned about it, our brain doesn't work the same way. you know, we act like human beings act. We lose something, we want it back. We, you know, and we'll move hell and high water to get it back, regardless of the consequences. And therein lies the problem. You can't do that when you're a trader. You have to trade very differently, and it takes time to, you know, the best way I've heard it described, it's a forging process, forging that brain to work like a trader. But it takes time. But, you know, the mind, the body, you can adapt. You know, the mind and the body have got amazing ways of adapting. You've just got to give it enough time and just work on it enough. I don't know, so maybe we're having, so it does look like a channel, and then sort of a, I don't know, maybe a correction of some form. A bit of sideways and a couple of pushes. Maybe something like that, I don't know. If we can push above here and then move up, then yeah, but it does take time. There isn't no magic formula. You've just got to follow the rules. But, and I will say this, following the rules is a lot harder than it sounds. You try doing it. You try following a trade by the book. You try doing 10 trades like that where you follow the rules 100%. It does not feel near damn impossible. But I think once you get so many failures, sooner or later your brain starts to realise it just does not work, and you just adapt. That's the only way. That's the only answer I can give for it. I feel I'm improving. I don't get nowhere near as stressed trading as I used to. I used to feel physically sick at times. As I mentioned before, my neck used to feel like it was in a vice. I used to grind my teeth until my jaw ached. I don't now. So, you know, I'm clearly getting used, you know, to the feelings you get when you're in a trade. But I read somewhere it's about, trading is about being comfortable with feeling uncomfortable. And that's part of it. You know, at some point, if you've been doing this for 5 years and you're making regular money, you lose a trade. Probably doesn't bother you in the slightest, but you know, I've known experienced traders saying you'll always have emotions to a certain degree. You know, money has a lot of value to us. So anything that we want to protect, we're going to be emotional about. You know, I remember about 15 years ago, I was out, we had a couple of West Highland Terriers, and I was over a field. And I'm one of the most placid guys you'll meet. I was over a field and this great big bulldog ran over and started attacking one of my dogs, and I absolutely lost the plot. I was threatening to kill that guy and stab him and all sorts of stuff. I chased him all around the green. But it just goes to show when when something's of real value, you know, my dogs were like my kids, and they make you do strange things. I mean, we'd all kill for our kids, wouldn't we? But yeah, it makes you do strange things. I chased this guy all around the field. I was absolutely seething. So, you know, anything that you want to protect, and single malt whiskies are added in the mix. Yeah. I had a bottle of, I put it downstairs now, I had a bottle of Balvenie on my desk for about a few weeks. And one evening, I carried on drinking it. And I blew, it was when we had the 90% off, and I blew 2 accounts. So straight away, I got 2 more accounts and blew them. And I got another 2 more accounts and blew them in the evening. So having a drink, just trying to pass it in one go. So having a drink and trade, it doesn't work. Okay, we've had this short-term trend. We've had a break and a new high. We've had a couple of legs back to the EMA. Trouble is that could be a failure. So I don't know whether we're in the middle of nowhere in man's land here, really. There's no... See, maybe this is a leg and a leg, I don't know. But this, if this triggers it, could be a failed second entry long, and it may come down. Technically, that's played out, but... If you asked me to bet on it, I'd say we're likely to push up to these highs. We didn't come right the way down to these lows, so I'd say that. It is a second entry long. I go once, I go second entry long, and I kind of like where it is. But it may result in a failure. That's what making me a bit nervous, because it's in the middle of no man's land here. I'd say it's more likely to push up, but that adds a little bit more risk, I think. Hmm. 2 3/4 point. That is. So tick above 2 3/4, 2 3/4. If we can get a higher low, I may be interested in that. If that pushes up, okay. So try to go once, try to twice. If you took that as a failure, it's triggered. So if we push up here now,
order submitted,
and break above here, I'd take that as a higher low, because that's why I mentioned earlier, I try to give the trap chance to work. So try to go once, try to go twice, failure, triggered. So once we push above here, that's a higher low, that is. It takes away the chance of getting a trap. So 8, that's about 4 points then, isn't it? As you noticed, I'm on one contract here, so I'm going to take the full 4 points here, because I think it's likely to push up to these bottoms at least. But have we had a break in a new high? There may be some shorts there. There may be some shorts there as well. So we'll see. But we've had this 2 legs down, 1 leg, 2 leg. It's a second entry long, and that's a higher low. Pretty bullish. I'd expect to move up. We've come down, not all the way, and then we've pushed up quite strongly. So I'd expect to get up here. So I think the trade's okay. You may have took that one. I played it safe and took that one, but they're all above the EMA. But there is a second entry short, which is triggered. So if we can get above this one, then I expect to get up there. So, but I'm on one contract anyway, and I got to say, trading one contract does take away a lot of the stress. But I have give chance for the failure. Try to go once, try to type the failure to trigger. It triggered and then stopped them out. So we'll see.
Stop filled.
Oh dear, well, that came down pretty rapid. Okay, perhaps this is 1 leg, 2 leg. Okay, so I thought that was okay actually. Second entry long, waited on the higher low. Okay, so that's not too bad. Maybe we're getting a couple of, I don't know, maybe we're coming down. It's hard to say really. But there was a double trap there, second entry long, which was still okay at the moment. But the higher low triggered and stopped out. The failure triggered and stopped out. Do you know, one thing I'll say is a lot of these areas that we take these trades, check your bars here, not right. They might just be a bit different from you, that's all. Yeah, my bars look different, do they? Let's have a look. Let's reset my... You didn't get that, no? It was a second entry long and then a higher low. Let's have a look. Oh, crikey, yeah, you didn't, did you? That's the frustrating thing about having different bars. I look stupid now taking that. Okay, I'm going to remove that one. Strange, isn't it? Damn it. It's what frustrates me about that sometimes. So obviously that's not going to work then, is it? Oh well. Note to self, make sure you reload historic data. Sorry, as I was saying, a lot of these areas where we take trades, there's traps. Sometimes I wonder when you get a push like this whether you're best off just jumping in and taking 2 points. Because there's no traps in here. You're not going to get traps in here, are you? This is a trend. Why did you go long on that break? Well, I went long, mate, because my bars were different. It looked like I changed my bars. It looked like a second entry long. It was a nice one. I left it, went for the higher low, which was bullish, and that was touching. And after this, we came down so far and pushed up strongly, I expected to get up to the top. But my bars looked different, and I reloaded. It's frustrating, that is. Okay, so there's a failure there which is triggered. It's getting a bit congested there. I'm going to leave that, I think. Oh, it is frustrating. Yeah, I usually reload my historic. I've never had them that bad. Yeah, but the context is the same, even though the Sigma bar was bullish. Yeah, see, I did see the break, but there was a second entry long, and then there was a higher low, and I gave the trap the failed second entry long trap to trigger. But, well, I did look at that, but yeah, I gave it chance for the failure to trigger, and it did. The failed second entry long triggered, so that would trap any shorts, and then we had a higher low, which was bullish. Yeah, see, I thought we got a leg and a bit of a correction, then maybe another leg. I certainly thought we got, if we're ranging at the moment after this push up, I was expecting to get further up. See, I'd have never taken a trade based on that, never in a million years. But it looked completely different to me. It looked bullish, the second entry long, but then I waited for it to trigger the failure, and then come down and trigger the failure, and then it ended up really bullish as a higher low.
Order submitted.
Push up. Come on. See, hopefully, if anybody's taken that short, this will stop them out then, and that might give us a decent short entry then. Short and trend channel break. 2 legs. Down to a new low. Push up. Come on. Come on, push up. Nice. Okay, now give us another bar, a little bit higher, and then drop. Ooh, I like that. It's a bit congested, isn't it? It is a second entry short, but I don't know the way that's just dropped.
Order filled.
Okay. Second entry short. Short-term trend channel. Second entry short. Triggered. I'll go for, if it comes down, I'll go for the full 4 points. We got plenty of room to the lows. I didn't think it was too congested. Obviously up to there. But it does look like it's trying to push higher, doesn't it? Oh, it's gone congested now, but we didn't have those two bars there. We just had one push up, and it was two legs up. And a bearish bar after the short-term trend channel. I expect a new low, but we'll see. I mean, now it's clearly going. What's it? Come on, get in. Okay, maybe the lever high might take us down. Come on, end up bearish. Come on, stay down here. Now it's looking a bit scary. I wouldn't be shocked if it went. Yeah, I'm not liking this. I mean, we have got a short-term trend channel. We've had two legs up. Bearish bar. Yeah, that's almost definitely going to stop me out. See, sometimes I get out of these, but what I will say, it is two legs up and it is at the highest point. And a lot of times it'll work its way down. It's just a bit scary. And a lot of times when I get out, a break even or something, it ends up dropping. And I would say the majority of the times I leave it, it goes on to win the trade. So I think I'm better off leaving it. And I know it might not work, but I mean, there's plenty of room to the lows. I'm not being too overly there. Just don't know that it might work, it might not work, but Okay. Yeah, I could come out here. Starting to be range. Yeah, a lot of the times though, when you get the highest point there, it'll work its way down. But the trouble is, if I get out, it might just drop. I mean, it's more than 1-for-1 I'm taking. So it's a 3-point risk, but it's 4 points I'm going for. So you just don't know. It might work. It might not work. But as we've had these two legs up to a new high and a bearish bar, you would think it would work more than 50% of the time. And I'm going for 4 points and risking 3. So if that's the case, I think I would be better off leaving it. It's 2 legs up. It's a second entry short. It's relatively bearish. You'd expect to make a new low after this. So it's certainly going to make it more, even with it sideways, you would think it's certainly going to push down more than 50% of the time. Well, as I'm going for 4 points and risking 3, I think the sensible thing to do would be to leave it. Because guarantee if I come out of it, it'll, it is what it is. But it's clearly struggling to get up above. So we'll see. I think I'll be better. I think I'm better off leaving it. Yeah, I mean, was it one of the best trades in the world? No, it's a second entry short. It's at the key entry point. We've had this short-term trend channel. We've had a break. 2 legs up to the EMA. Bearish bar. You'd expect it to come down. I'll put it this way. I would say these work more often than not. Sometimes they can just take a bit of time. And if I'm going for 4 points because I've got plenty of room to the lows and I'm only risking 3, even at 50%, it makes sense to just leave the trade. I think doing these one after another, you're going to make more money than you lose. Just trying to think where there may be some longs here, which once we get below, we could flush it, push down and so many times I've got out of trades and they've gone on to do exactly what I expected them to do. Trouble is, trouble is, you could say second entry long. Yeah, it's one of those things. And a lot of times when you see that push up, it'll go sideways and push up again. Come on.
Target filled.
Okay, so if I'd have come out that, at least now I got 4 points out of that. So did I get 4 points? That's what I thought I put. Let's have a look. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4 points. 4 points. How much did I lose on the other trade? I'm not far off. At least I'm a bit in the green anyway, but I mean, let's have a look at this trade. We've had this short-term trend channel. We've had a break. Yeah, we've had 1, 2 pushes up to the EMA. Yeah, 2 legs. It's a bearish bar now. it's one of those things, isn't it? It doesn't look a perfect setup, although it is a second entry short, and it's a second entry short at the key entry point. You'd expect to make a new low after this, which we have. So the trade worked. But what I've found is sometimes when it gets a little bit congested, it works, but it takes a long time to do it. So it worked in the end. I could have come out. It was a 3-point risk and a 4-point profit. So they're going to work more than 50% of the time. I don't think there's any argument there. So if I'm going for more than I'm risking, you would think, I mean, if I was a currency trader and I had a 50% win rate and I was going for 2-to-1, it'd be a bloody good strategy. But it was 2 legs, second entry short. But yeah, I don't know, some could say it's a bit congested. I suppose it is a little. I suppose it's one of those things, isn't it? Sometimes things are a little bit unclear and they're a bit, but we did what we expected to do. And in most cases, like I mentioned with these earlier, these are more accurate than the larger trends. I mean, larger trends, usually will have a break and a new high. Trouble is with these larger trends, there's different ways you can draw them, and they're not always inaccurate. Whereas something like that, you can't really get that trend channel wrong, and we had a break and a new low. Same with that one trend channel, we had a break and a new high. Same with that one trend channel, break and a new low. You can't misinterpret that trend channel. If somebody says to draw a trend channel down there to a complete beginner, you wouldn't be able to get that wrong. That you would. So sometimes it's easy if you misjudge something or you change it and you get it slightly wrong, and you can get stuck and trapped. But that one's pretty clean cut. And we did have a push up to the MA twice. Well, it was sort of 3 pushes really, wasn't it? But it was 2 legs, 1 leg, 2. It was a second entry short. Sometimes, I don't know. I suppose if I'm on my best behaviour, is it a 10 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10? No. But I'd say it's a 7 out of 10 trade. And if I'm risking less than I'm making, if you got them right 70% of the time and you were making more than risking, you'd be a good trader. So it is what it is. Sometimes, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. It's just, it wasn't even news during the first trade. I came in a little bit late. What's the first? Oh, you took it, did you? Yeah. It is a bit of a funny day, isn't it? So at least I'm a bit in the green anyway. So let's just mark that up anyway. So at least, what did I lose? Which trade was it I lost? That one. See, where are you, Daniel? You mentioned that, didn't you? Why did you go long after breaking a new high? The bit I don't fully understand is when we have a break and a new extreme, it doesn't always mean we're going to go in the opposite direction, does it? Do you know what I mean? Or does it? If we have a break and a new extreme, what's the chance of it then going in the opposite direction? I don't know what the odds are. I've not come across Matt talking about that in any of the trading videos. Nice trade, took it myself, had a bit of afraid. Yeah, sometimes the trouble is when you're an experienced trader like me, I've only been trading 2 years, so I'm still relatively inexperienced. I would class myself as just hitting the intermediate level where I know enough to be able to make money, but I'm still finding my feet and I'm still learning and so on. Yeah, sometimes it can go a bit sideways, but it doesn't mean it was a bad trade, and it doesn't mean, and I think it's having the confidence. Now, if I was trading 2 contracts, I may have come out there for a small loss. But because I'm trading 1 contract, I left it alone. First time watching, do you typically do 1 for 1? Yeah, I like 1 to 1 or 1 for 1. And the reason I like it, when I first started, Mac teaches scalping for a point. Now, the trouble is, depending on obviously the size of the bar, I had times where I was winning 4 trades in a row, and we had a slightly higher ATR one day, and I lost the trade, and taking out commissions, I was in the red. And it was just a bit heartbreaking. Now, trading like Mac does, but what Mac does is will scalp a certain amount, and then he will use a runner. Now, if you're only trading 1 or 2 contracts, it's not ideal to use a runner. I think I heard Max saying never use more than 20 or 25% of your contract size on runners. Now, Mac, I'm assuming, will make way more profit on his runners, but I'm not trading runners. So, you know, a new trader coming in, you know, scalping 1 point, it's heartbreaking. You get 4, you work your ass off and get 4 winners, and you lose one, taking away commissions, you're back at 0. So it's just a little bit heartbreaking. But that's the trouble with trading. It's not black and white. There's a lot of grey area. I mean, like Mac was saying in his video, take your trades at the key entry point. Well, it was clearly at the key entry point. He mentioned as well legs. Look for legs, which give you second entries. 1 leg, 2 legs. It was a 2-legged, well, you want to put it correction, and it was a second entry short. Now, some may say it's a bit congested. I don't necessarily think it is, because we had a push-up and a little bit of a pullback, and then we had a push-up. Now, many times you're going to get bars by the side of it. Now, when that bar formed and that bar formed, then yes, you could say that's congested, but at the time, we'd only had this one. So to me, it was a second entry short, off the key entry point, 2 clear legs up. You'd expect a new low, and it worked. So is it a 9 out of 10 trade? No, I think it's a 7 out of 10 trade. And if you're trading 1-to-1, or it was a little bit more than 1-to-1, then I think it's safe to do that. But that's the thing about trading. It isn't always black and white. There is a lot of grey area, and you just don't know sometimes. That's why, I mean, if it was a case of you know, it takes 5 minutes to you know, show someone on a chart what a second entry is, but trading it in the correct context is a real toughie, and that's the bit that takes the time. So there we go. Anyway, I've blabbed on enough. Let's have a look. At least I'm back in the green a bit anyway, so that's good. What have I missed? Let's have a look. I came in a bit late, yeah. Nice trade, took it myself. Had a bit of a fray. The bullish and sick about, yeah. But doing in the same direction is risky. Were you, DBK, were you answering me about the what's it? Measured move, bigger picture. Yeah, have we got a leg and a leg? It looks like we may do. Trouble is, because we had that news and this, and then we took it all back up. Right, okay, that's interesting. It's funny enough, look, we were talking about that earlier. It's likely we pick all this back up. We've come right down to where we started. Literally where that bar took off. So that looked like 1 leg and 2 legs, and this looks like 2 legs. So look, because obviously legs make a difference, but you know, it's not black and white trading, and it does take time. And I'm obviously nowhere near there yet, but if I can keep my discipline and I can learn, you know, get out of this revenge trading, I think I won't be far off. So yeah, look at that. We've come right down to that now, and it looks like we're pulling back to the EMA, but whether we go higher or lower, I've got no idea. I don't know if there's a bigger trade there, but it's not easy trading, and it isn't. It does seem easy, and when you talk about it, it sounds easy, but it's a million miles from easy. I don't know whether that's right or not, possibly. It's a million miles from easy, and it does take time. It was a nice trade. There's also a bigger channel in play, yeah. Leg back. Well, I mean, the rules, we know when we have a trend channel, we usually have a break and a new extreme, which we did. Obviously, Mac talks about legs, 1 leg, 2 leg, which gives you the second entry, and it was. I don't think it was mega congested. It was a little bit, but it was more a little bit congested when those bars formed. But what I try and tell myself is, have I taken a good trade? Is it a good trade? Is it likely to work? And that's why now, if I was trading 2 contracts, I'd have come out of that possibly for a loss. But because I've reduced it to 1 contract, I don't feel nowhere near as stressed. Because I know even a terrible day in 2 losses is only going to take me down for about $300. which is not a huge amount. So it's a journey, and it's my journey. This is, and good or bad, some things are going to be right. Some people are going to agree with something. Some people are going to agree with others. But if it was easy, everyone would be doing it and earning a fortune. So I kind of like the fact that it's not easy. I like the fact that it's a challenge, because I love getting my teeth into something, and really, I do get a little bit obsessive sometimes when I'm learning things. You know, often I'll wake up at night and I'll go downstairs, or I'll get on the computer and I'll watch other people's charts or other people's videos. And I do get a little bit obsessive, but I think you need to be a bit obsessive to learn to trade, because it takes such a lot of time and effort. See, let me ask you guys a question. Now, Daniel mentioned earlier, why would you take a short after we've had a break? Now, I can't think. You know, sometimes there's gaps in your learning, isn't there? I can't remember Daniel saying, Mac mentioning about when we have a break in a new extreme, do we go in the opposite direction? Now, obviously, if we've got a trending day, a lot of times we'll have a break in a new extreme, and then it'll continue to go higher. And I thought that was maybe one of them. Reason being, because it seems to be ranging. This has come down to close to the open, and it's pushed up again. I thought we may have a bit of a break and another push up to these highs, which is, now you might look at that and thinking, why did I take that? But trust me, it looked better than that before I right-clicked and reloaded my historic data. It was a second entry long, one leg, two legs back, and it was actually a higher low I took. I didn't take that one, so I thought that was all good. But so that's another thing I need to work on. I need to make a mental note of when we have a channel and we have a break in a new extreme, does it always go in the opposite direction? Okay, so we've got a bit of a channel, and that to me looks like a two-tiered channel to me. We've got in this one tier, then we push across. We have sort of a down and a little bit of a spike, and then we come in this section. So you'd expect this to make a new low, but there does seem to be a little overshoot here, so I don't know whether we're going to come back down. Perhaps need to have a talk to someone about that. Sometimes when you're learning, there's little gaps, things that you're missing on the bigger picture, and that's one of them. But I suppose if we're in a clear uptrend, if we have a break in a new extreme and then we have another second entry long, perhaps it's okay to take that because we're in an uptrend. That's a little bit of a grey area, and I need to clear up there. If the trend has played out, it's no longer high probability. Doesn't mean you can't take a trade in the second leg yet. Context has to be right, yeah. See, but talking back of that trade, now obviously I right-clicked and changed my historic data, but that to me looked like two legs down to the MA, and it was a bullish bar, but I didn't take it. I waited for the higher low, and I gave it chance. It looks different there. I gave it chance to trigger the failed second entry long, which means if there's any shorts in there, they're trapped. And then I took the higher low, which was then going to tick above the failed second entry short stops, failed second entry long stops. So I thought, I don't know. It's feasible that we could have, you know, come back here a couple of legs and pushed maybe up to these highs. But I don't know. That's the trouble. It's not black and white. Okay, so we had this channel. Does look like a two-tiered channel. It fits quite nice. We pushed up to the MA. A little bit of a break. We've come down. I would have said likely to make the new low. Also, there's a short-term trend down on that. I was just looking at something here. Is there something larger here? Okay, yeah. That does look right, doesn't it? I got no arguments there. Okay, we've gone from here, haven't we, to this first swing high, and it finishes nice there. So perhaps this is one leg, two leg, and then maybe down some more. I think that looks okay. Overall picture is probably heads into a range day, yeah. So maybe one leg, two leg. Let's see if we can get something here, and then maybe a lower high down to these lows. But we have played this measured leg out, so whether doesn't mean we can't play lower. One leg, two legs. If we can get something bearish and then maybe a lower high. It's not black and white, and the only way you really learn and truly learn is just to trade every day. Just keep trading and trading and trading, and you'll just keep chipping little bits of extra information into that brain, and at some point you'll just get better. You can't help but get better when you just keep practicing. Okay, excuse me just for a second. I'm just going to take a quick 2-minute bathroom break. Okay, we've had a bearish bar there. Sort of two legs and a bearish bar. See if we can get a lower high. That's making me nervous there, though. Oh, I hate putting that there because it looks stupid now. Let's put it there.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Okay, let's go for 3 points, I think. Okay, you could call that a second entry short, or it's a failure. Either one will do. 6.5, 7.5, 8.5, 9.5, 3 points. I'd expect that to come down to these lows anyway. I'm out before that's happened, but oh dear. So that was a second entry short, and that was a second entry short, and it was also a failure as well. So I don't understand why that's going to lose. That was at the key entry point, nice and bearish. I mean, it's not over yet, but it's looking like it's going to stop me out.
Stop filled.
Yeah, I just don't get it sometimes. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Working nice in that channel. Lower high, second entry short, failure. Don't know. Any ideas? Thought that was a good trade. Yeah, but I'm thinking down there. I don't know. Maybe. It looked all right to me. We had 1-2 pushes up. Break, new high, lower high. Looked all right. I tell you what I've noticed watching some of the Penguin guys' trades. He doesn't necessarily take them here. In a lot of, I mentioned this yesterday. In a lot of cases, he'll take them maybe down here. He'll do something like that. You notice there's quite a gap where he starts his, and I'm just wondering whether he gives these bars chance to sort of move down a bit, maybe push down a bit, pull back up again and push down a bit further. Because so many trades, when you do get taken out, they trigger you and stop you out. Well, yeah, we had that measured move, but it doesn't mean to say we're not going to come down and retest these lows. Just wondering sometimes whether you're better off letting it tick and see what happens. I mean, in that case, it'd work pretty quickly. Perhaps this is a bottoming pattern then. Second entry short there. Maybe that's the option then. There's a failure there. Fell second entry long.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Shit, what have I done? It hasn't triggered. Oh, you idiot. It hasn't triggered. That was a mistake. Silly boy. That's a fail second entry. I'm just wondering, there's going to be some shorts trapped there. Does look like a bottoming pattern. Measured move hit and context. It's not great for selling. Yeah, that's what I thought. Push up, come back, touch EMA. I just needed a trigger. I've done that once before. Dropped it without it triggering. I need to keep it blown up a little bit. Okay, it's trigger now anyway. One leg, two leg, maybe some shorts there. So if we can push up a bit. I don't think we're going to come lower now because that measured move has played out because we've had two legs back. We had enough opportunities to go short and short there and it didn't. A lot of cases when it does stop you out, it's because it's pushing up. The downside is there's not much room to the highs, but that's not been my best day today. I need to be a little bit more cautious. Let's go for 5.5, 6.5, 7.5. Just want to get in the green if I can. Okay, let's go for the full 4 anyway. See what happens. Hopefully, once we take off here, may get a little bit more speed. Tomorrow, I need to be a little bit more careful. Tomorrow, think a little bit more, be a little bit more patient. It's not been my best day today. One leg, two leg. There's quite probably going to be some shorts trapped there, I'd say. So if we can get above there, then I think we may push up and get these points. Maybe some shorts there as well. In fact, there'll be a lot of shorts trapped here. Maybe some there, maybe some there. So we might go for the full 4 points anyway, purely because there is some shorts there and maybe there. So where's that? Right, their stops are above there. So let's go for the full 4. Once we get above here, I'll just drop the stop in and see if we can get above. We haven't got above here yet. I'd say there's almost definitely going to be some short stops above there. And here it may just push up. But clearly looks like now we've had this. I've got to keep these in mind when we do play the measured move out. Then I need to give it the opportunity to maybe move in the opposite direction. One more tick and then we'll take out any possible stop there. So if I had a runner, I'd quite like the idea of pushing up here because there's going to be a lot of shorts in there. But I'm only obviously trading one contract at the moment, so we're still not above that yet, are we? Oh, we are. Probably likely going to go out the top. In fact, what I'm going to do is just push it up a touch in case we have a push, and then as soon as it does get above where I want, no, let's stick to the 4 points. 5.5, 6.5, 7.5, 8.5, 9.5. Yeah, I expect it's going to pop out here. Nice to get back in the green. There is a lot of stops up here.
Target filled.
Great. Okay, back in the green. So have a look here. Okay, yeah, so clearly 2 legs down. It's played out. I need to be. See, I'm thinking, do you know what? Something didn't look right there, the way it came nearly back to the bottom again. I need to pay more attention to that. We had this bigger channel. Yeah, if it had come back maybe to here and then pushed up, it might have been different, but just something didn't seem right about that. But then when I saw that, I thought, okay, maybe I won't take that one. Let's give it a chance to make a lower high. Another thing I may do as well is I like the way the as I mentioned, if you watch the Penguin guy, what he does, if he's taking this, he takes it a little bit lower. And if it is going to push down, I think you know what I'm saying, don't you? So I don't know. The trouble is, a bar that looks that good, if the context is right, sometimes they can push down pretty quick, but I don't think it hurts sometimes to give it a chance to trigger and then pull back a little bit. And then if it does then push back, maybe take it back down where you were going to anyway. But I don't know. It's just how you get into a trade. I don't think it's a major issue. You know, as long as you're taking the trades, you know, that follow the rules, I don't think it's a major issue. If you maybe wait for them to tick, I don't know. But I don't know, just the way it came back down to here. Yeah, see a measured leg, 1 leg, 2 legs up. That was different. It was quite high. But here, it wasn't really a push up and a little bit there. It was a push up with the break and another leg. Here it was a push up. It wasn't a break. It was almost like a channel by itself. Something didn't feel right there. But then when I saw that and I saw the lower high, I went into it. But I think this is something that just more and more experience will give you. You know, when that happens to you like that, you see that sort of pattern. Normally push up, maybe come down 50% of the way and then push up again. Then you would think, yeah, take that one. If not, take that one. Wait for the lower high. But it came down quite a ways. And maybe that would have been the reason to, you know, ring the alarm bells. And then when we pushed again, straight away, now I think, okay, if it's moving in the opposite direction, maybe I can get in early. And we had the higher low there. Also, there was a second entry short there. There may have been, you know, traders thinking about going short, but then you're going to have short stops here. Certainly short stops here. So then after we've had that big push down, then maybe traders are pushing it higher. But this is something that just takes time. You can't magically make this happen, really. I need to work on my patience, obviously. I don't know, sometimes I got it in my head that we're having a break, that we've come back even nice and bullish, and I waited for the failed second entry long trap to happen and trigger, and I took it above. Obviously it looked completely different when I took it, so there we go anyway. So 2 wins, 2 losses. Bit of a funny old day, that was it really. I mean, it did look a nice bar, didn't it? I bet there'll be a few get trapped in there, but I just think the way that came down made it a little bit something I wasn't comfortable with there. But okay, see, after this bigger channel, you could push up 1 leg, 2 leg, and then still come down. So that's the trouble, really. It's not black and white. What were you trading that as? That there, high or low? Or lower high. After seeing this, now it looked like a bottoming pattern, so it looked like we're working up. Not only that, it had taken them stops out and pushed up, and also there was a second entry short there. First entry, second entry short, which triggered and then finished bullish. So there's pretty much some stops, and now I'm thinking, yeah, it does look like it's moving out. This was a bottoming pattern, so I just got in early. But yeah, higher low, push up, higher low off the key entry point. So thinking new low here. Yeah, trouble is, it's sort of a range day. It doesn't always. Oh, that one there. In this channel, second entry short, lower high, that one there. I know, I mean, we're in this channel, 1 leg, 2 legs, we had obviously not a new high, but we're trying to go one struggle size, so you could say that was a failure, and you can always say it was a second entry short, or you could say it was a lower high. But the more I look at this, the more I see it does look like a bottoming pattern. But I just thought there's more room to the lows, and that's where I thought it was going. But, well, JJ Productions, you're right, bud. Trouble is, you got the emotions, you got the speed of it, and it's decision making, isn't it? The context is everything. That's the problem. So yeah, lower high, second entry short, failure. We had 1 leg, 2 leg up, second entry short. Take that. Lower high, so lower high from here, second entry short from here, failure from here. Once it broke above there, that was pretty clear then. It's a bottoming pattern, isn't it? And we're working up. Okay, interesting day. Well, at least I'm in the green. Not the easiest day to trade. Not a huge amount of setups. That one, excuse me, that one I thought was okay. The short-term trend channel break, 2 legs up, second entry short. Went a bit sideways, sometimes they do, but it worked. And it did what it was supposed to do. What I need to do, I looked at this and I didn't like something about it, but then when we had a push up, and same again, it's clearly bouncing off this area here, and it went right up to the key entry point and then pushed down, came back, pushed up, and ended up really bearish. So I thought that was coming down. And you can see why, can't you? At the key entry point, clearly in a downtrend. Yeah, we've made a measured move, but so many times we'll make a measured move, come back to the EMA and push down strongly again. Gonna get a Christmas card from Apex this year. I'm pretty sure I'm putting their kids through college. You and me both, mate. You and me both, mate. Yeah. In fact, who was I talking to yesterday? Who was it? Was it Sam? Just wondered if I think he messaged Apex and asked if they would do some sort of maybe an offer. Buy them in bulk, maybe, you know, buy 4, get 5 for the price of 4, or buy 4, get 1 free, something like that. I can't see why they wouldn't. It might encourage people to buy more. I wish you'd be able to buy multiples at the same time. If you want 10 accounts, you've got to do 10 individual accounts. It takes forever. Okay, yeah, I think that was okay. So you could have called that a failure. Fell second entry short. There's a second entry short there. Not the most bearish on my chart, but on some it might, which triggered and then pushed up. So I thought if it breaks above there, we're going up. That's if you do support and resistance, you could mark levels like 4142 support for now resistance. Yeah, you know, when I started trading currency, first thing we did, we wouldn't use bars, we'd just use the line graph. And the first thing I'd do would be to do these. So there's one there, so you'd bring them down there. So there's, I don't know why it isn't moving, but you would move them down and you would pick your support and resistance lines, and you would have another one here, another one here, another one here, and so on and so forth. But yeah, I thought after this, with this one, I thought we were going to push down to these lows here, but it doesn't always work like that, does it? Yeah, it was me, said they would send to management as a recommendation. You get something for that, mate. You should get a couple of free accounts there. I think that's a good idea. It's a great marketing strategy. You've only got to look at the massive supermarkets. They do that all the time. You know, buy 3 for the price of 2 and something like that. Encourages people to buy more. Okay, so yeah, 1 leg, 2 legs. Clearly looks like it's pushing up, so I think that was okay. Yeah, see, this is definitely a channel. It's fitting really nice on these tops, isn't it? And then it comes back, 1 leg up, 2 legs up, fits nice again. Nice and bearish, and then you have a lower high. Looks like it's going shorter. Buy 4, get 1 free. I think that's a good idea, that is. Because not everybody buys 5 contracts, but sometimes people want to pick up a few more. So if you decide you want 3, you might think, I'll buy another one and I'll get 1 free. I think it's a good idea. You should get something for that, mate. If they agree and do it, I'd send them another email saying I want something for free. Give me a free Apex hat or something. Okay, so at least I'm in the green anyway. There we go. Now that's the beauty of trading minimum 1-to-1. Now the risk there was 3.25. I went for 4 points. The risk there was 3 point. I can't remember now, but I went for more than I got. So that's the beauty. You can still be in the green if you lose 2 and win 2. Now obviously that was a bad trade. It's not like it didn't go far enough. That one went far enough. That was a bad trade. That would have gone a lot more. So I've noticed the good trades, 85% of them go 6 or more points. So if you took that there, you've got your 6 points. If you took that there, you clearly got your 6 points. We don't need to see that, you know. So obviously those were bad trades, but that would have taken 6 points. That would have taken 6 points. Now, if you're in a, you know, a range like this, going from top to bottom, it's not that easy. Well, I mean, yeah, sometimes you've been in a range like that, be 4 or 5 points. You couldn't take 6 points there, but so I went for 4 points on both of those, and it's kind of like my max at the moment. I like the way Taylor does. Tends to go between 4 and 6. 4 if there's enough room, and 2, sorry, and then 2 if there's not much room. There was enough room to the lows there. That reddish channel was really good. Yeah, I like that. I really like that. It fitted there like a glove, didn't it? And then we came back here and we had one leg up. We had 2 legs up. Nice big bearish bar again, and it pushed down strongly. Came back, pushed a little bit higher, gave a lower high, nice and bearish. I thought that was coming down. The only answer I've got is the 2 legs have played out. And the bit I didn't like, normally if we get a push up like that, we get a little break and a new high, and then I'd take it the lower high. But we had another channel push straight down there and stopped right at that measured leg. So maybe that was trying to retest the lows, and it wasn't having none of it. We pushed up and we came down a bit lower, and the rest is history, as they say. But yeah, maybe that's a quick try to retest these bottoms or see if they can break it. It was having none of it, straight down and then straight up strongly. So something didn't look right, but what I need to do is when I feel that, I need to just stay out. Trouble is, you're that eager to get in and trade and make money that sometimes it clouds your judgment a little bit. It seems like we've been trading hours, but it's only actually been 2 hours. Demo the idea. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's a good idea, mate. I do. I think it's a brilliant idea. They'll sell a lot more. I'll be surprised. The thing I like about Apex is they do listen. So you know, I think it's a good idea, mate. Definitely less stressful trading one contract. As I mentioned earlier, I can see Apex doing 80% permanently. They have 80% most of the time now anyway. The trouble is when you give 80% for such a long period of time, people stop buying the 50% off ones. I haven't bought a 50% off one for months. So I've got no doubt they'll... I mean, I said before they came out after those 6 days with the half-price resets, I said straight away they'll have I'll be shocked if they don't have the 80% off, and they have. And it does make trading a lot more affordable, but the only downside to that is because they're so cheap, you take stupid risks when things go wrong just to try, and I've done it myself dozens of times, just trying to hit it big quickly, trying to pass an evaluation in a day. I've passed plenty in a day, but I've blown way more, so it doesn't work long term. I mean, I'm not saying you can't maybe go for 5 contracts if you're a disciplined trader and get them out of the way in 4 trades or something, but I wouldn't class myself as a really disciplined trader. I love that channel, actually. It fits really nice. I mean, look how it's fit and touch, couple of touches there, touch there, touched a bunch of times there, fitting nice, then one leg, two legs, fitted again. And then that lower high, it's a shame. Trend channel line may be also a little bit too low. See, the trouble is, with only really touching it twice, don't know, you can get it high. I mean, if you had it there, I mean, you could say that was a possible overshoot, but trouble is, it's only really touched it once before. It's not convincing enough for an overshoot to me. The fact that it's played out a measured leg and we've come down again sharply and bounced twice right on top of that measured leg. That's something I can put in my little memory bank. I don't like that. That's the type of two legs I like. I add up two legs like that, not one leg up, one big leg down, another one. Yeah, something's not right there. That's a better second entry short there rather than that. I was doing the sensible thing by waiting for the lower high as well. Yeah, I bet a few traders got caught out there. Trading threshold, yeah. I only started this PA today. So yeah, it doesn't affect us, to be honest with you, trade max system. It's only really if you trade in the sniper system, they go for big moves. It's not such an issue with this because usually we come out where our take profit is. But if you look at the sniper system, they go for bigger moves and it could push up and come down a couple of times and you may get out here, but obviously the threshold took you up there, but we don't have that problem so much. So it doesn't really affect us so much, this style of trading. I mean, if you took this trade here, as that's pushing up, so is your threshold. So if it came down here and you came out here for, I don't know, a couple of ticks and there was 10 points there, your threshold is 10 points closer to your balance a bit early, but there is a potential big down channel from the high of the day. Yeah. Like it. Yeah, no arguments there. I mean, normally you would go from that first swing, don't you? But not always. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it does look like a leg. Pull back, leg, pull back. We'll see if we end up bouncing off here and going down. Yeah, it's possible, isn't it? I mean, it's still sort of rangy, but see what happens. See, normally, if you get an overshoot, it can cause you to go in the opposite direction, so maybe that's it. Time to reach a bigger measured move. Be careful with further entries. Yep, I got you there, mate. In the same direction, most likely we will see. I suppose if we're in a very strong uptrend, that would be the time to take trades like that, wouldn't it? But we're clearly not, are we? So, yeah. I mean, I don't mind making these mistakes as long as I believed it to be a good trade, because you learn more from your mistakes than you do from your successes. Because obviously your mistakes, next time, that'll stick in my head. Played out measured move, break and a new extreme. And the more these things happen, the more that part of the memory is hit with those bits of information, and that's how you improve. By failures. That's the only way you can improve here, by failing. When you fail, you learn stuff. Touching really nice on the backside a few times. Started here, touched here. Obviously, 2 points will touch anyway, but this looks like it. But obviously, then I've got to wait for maybe a lower high or maybe a failure, just in case. But it does look like it may be holding prices. Oh well, spoke too soon. Kind of prefer that, actually. Touch, touch, touch. I like that channel. The other one was a bit wishy-washy. I like that. Sharp, and that looks like a couple of legs. So look at that. Okay, so we got a bearish bar. Let's see if we do push back in here. I mean, you could slightly adjust this anyway. Could adjust that if we needed to a fraction, but we'll see what happens. It might just keep on going. It might not be a channel, but it doesn't look too bad, actually. See what we got from Mac. Oh. Some girl, Giselle, thinks I'm sexy and wants to meet me. You get some crap in your email sometimes, don't you? Mind you, I'm 53 now. I've got to take what I can get. Who knows? She might be a stunner. Yeah, Mac's only got us up to here at the moment, but yeah, it's similar. This is slightly, got this slightly different. He's got this down to there somewhere. He's got it down to about there. And that to there. That's how Mac's got that. Breaking a new high. The rest, pretty much the same. Apart from this, his finishes here, see, so it's a shame. Would have been interested to see what he makes of that. Be interesting to see if there were some other traders caught out there. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a few. Okay, I'm just going to get rid of that for a minute. Yeah, it's clearly a ranging day today. maybe with a slight downward bias if this pushes lower, but I don't know. Definitely a range day so far. Shorts have pushed down, getting rejected. I like these channels because I like it when they have a break. These are, I think, the easiest to draw because they just fit quite nice. There's sort of one up between a bigger channel and these short-term trend channels, so sometimes they can be nice ways to get trend trades. Oh, and as I speak, maybe a second entry long for a couple of points, maybe. But there is a little bit of congestion here, and here, so it may have the same issue there. So maybe second entry long here. Let's make sure I got this drawn right. Beautiful. Fits there beautifully. Touch, 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 touch. Short immediate target is 4137 down here. So we've had this channel, and if we do break it, I'd expect to get a new high. It's not often we have a channel like that and we just drop. Now I've seen some people take these off here. I prefer them. I prefer them close to the EMA. I do. Although it is a second entry long. No, it's turned into a doji anyway, so that's better. Sometimes it's nice when they don't form sometimes, isn't it? There's clearly some congested areas here, here and here. So if we can drop out the bottom, it's a little bit sideways and drop out the bottom, and then that'd be right then. A little bit congested there. So if we can drop out the bottom with a second entry long and a nice signal bar, I'll take that. It sort of looks like two legs up there. I wonder if there's any shorts there or there. I can't go long anyway, really. It's congested. It's too far for the EMA. It could just drop down and touch that EMA as soon as I get in there. It's triggered. It depends how strong it is, but maybe some shorts there. Maybe we've had this top and people have thought, bearish bar, let's go short there, which is triggered. But I can't take that. Could just could drop down, touch this, and push up again. Yeah, so that's definitely been, well, I mean, you can clearly see it's a channel here, but that's been confirmed. Look, and that's sat perfect, perfect, perfect. No argument there. This is a lovely channel. Be nice to get a break out of it and then a push up. Excuse me just for 2 minutes. 2 seconds, I'll be back. Okay. Okay. Break of this channel. Unfortunately, we haven't got a second entry here. There's a new high there. Be a shame. I love taking trades from channels like this because you don't get these wrong because they're, I mean, look how that fits us about as good as you can possibly fit. Touch beautifully, touch beautifully, touch perfect, touch perfect, touch perfect. Yeah, I do like these short-term trend channels. That's the slightly smaller ones and the big ones. The big ones can be interpreted in so many different ways. I mean, there it fits nice, that one, but this one. Okay. We'll see a little bit of range there. Maybe fade this. After this, I would expect that to push up. Trouble is, I'm not a fan of just taking it straight off there. There's no second entry really, although it does look like a couple of legs, but you could fade this. In fact, if that finishes bullish, I like that.
Order submitted.
It's got to finish bullish though. It's just fade in the bottom. It's breakout, pullback. And I expect to make a new high. Let's see how it finishes. I'll be happy just to take 2 points off that. Not a massive fan of it. I'll wait for a higher low, I think. But I wouldn't be shocked if that comes down and takes that out. If it doesn't come right down and pushes up, then I think you're all right. But it is sort of a breakout, isn't it? Breakout pullback. It's not pushing down strongly. Let's just see if we can get a limit order on it. Maybe just take 2 points.
Order filled.
Was it 4475575 Let's just take it to there. I'm just fading this, that's all. It's not really a second entry, it's just a break. It's broke down and pushed up relatively strongly, so I'm just fading this. Is it 2.25 point risk? Let's see what happens. I'm not being greedy, I'm just going for 2 points. Which is at these highs. You'd expect it to make a new high, so it's at the key entry point. We've had a break. Let's see what happens. So it's a little bit sideways, so I'm just fading this. Maybe it's going to finish here. Maybe we'll have a higher low. If this, I don't mind this triggering actually. Just one tick below the signal bar. Stop loss. Now it's getting a bit congested. I was kind of hoping this would trigger and then push up for a higher low. I just got to leave it though. Yeah, triple test, but we're in an uptrend at the moment, so I like it if it breaks down and goes 1, 2, 3. That's the triple test, and then in the direction of the prevailing trade. No, that's us out. That's frustrating.
Stop filled.
Oh well, it is a break. Trouble is, I just faded this. The trouble is, it's like they know exactly where your stops are. It does make you wonder what you sometimes you're better off waiting for it to push up and just jumping in random. No one's going to try to take you out there. That's the thing. Maybe this is a second entry long. Oh well. Found it hard to trade today. A lot of the times it takes you out just for one tick as well. It wasn't a second entry, but I was just fading that really. It broke down below and it pushed up. I expected to get to these highs. I was only going to come out here, but Perhaps I should have waited for the second entry or the higher low or something. Yeah, it is frustrating. Whenever you take these trades, they always seem to stop you. The traps and that seem to be at the key entry points, don't they? It just does make you wonder whether you'd be waiting for that to start pushing and just jumping in. No one's trying to get you out here. Okay, so that made a break. Clearly hasn't made a new high. Whether it will or not, I don't know. Okay, see if we can get a higher low. New high, try to go once, right? Possibly interesting to see if that triggers. Second entry long failure. Looks like that's pattern. Maybe 2 legs. Channel, 2 legs, push up. Hard day to trade today. Does it like 2 legs, and then another push up, like a 2-legged correction and a push up. Okay, so try and go once, try and go twice. Possible failure there. So. I do wonder whether we're going to have another leg down after this channel to make the, you see what I mean? Channel break, new low. It's hard to say. There is a failure there. Looks like one leg, two legs. Okay, that failure's triggered. Are we likely to come down here and make a new low? I think we possibly are.
Order submitted.
Yeah, it's gone without a minute.
Order cancelled.
Yeah. NQ dropping, is it? Just wonder whether we are going to, after this channel, maybe push down and break these lows. We haven't retested. I'm just wondering if there is now. Bigger trend channel in play. That looks pretty okay, doesn't it? So you'd expect now to push down to these lows. See if we can get a pullback or something. One leg, two legs, perhaps we're going to have the same. Okay, just going to have a quick 2-minute bathroom break. Okay. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what I should have done is kept that there when I took that. Might have kept me out of that trade, which tells me this is valid. Oh well. Yeah, if we can get a pullback here, then we may get one leg and another leg down to these lows. Okay, one leg down. If we can get a bit of a pull back and another leg, that'd be ideal down to these lows. I've just had an affiliate pop up. Somebody's used my affiliate code today, quite a few times actually. If anybody's used that code and you're here, it's much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, if we can get a bit of a break here, and I'll go short there. If we can get a good offering. Methinks bulls on the fight. I don't know, I'm thinking down to these lows at the moment. I am. One leg, two leg. Pull back up. When I drew that, it sort of coincides with the top. And we've had a channel down. If we have a break, I'd expect a new low. I know I had the same opinion there, but things look like to me like they're working down to these lows. We're getting a series of lower highs and lower lows, which tells me we're working down. I'd like that to trigger and then push a bit higher. Trouble is, you don't know, whether it's just going to drop there. But trouble is, chances are, you get into it, it'll push up and take you out, and then ended up coming down with a bearish bar. Just can't take it really. It's just too risky. That we have had a break, but may come down. Chances are, if you don't get into it, it'll tank. If you get into it, it'll come and stop you out because they just know where your stops are. Good. Now push up, new bar, up here a little bit higher, lower high. I like that. Just to get back in the green. It's been a messy day for me today trading. I need to be a little bit more careful. Second entry short would be nice. Or a lower high. Okay, I like that. Let's see if that finishes bearish.
Order submitted.
Not too big, please.
Order cancelled.
This might look a bit better.
Order submitted. Order filled.
Okay. You trying to short? Yeah. Second entry short, lower high. Come off these highs. You're out for break even. So you got that one. It pushed, came down again and tried again. It was a lower high and it's a second entry short. So I don't know. Perhaps I'm not feeling it today. It's not I don't know, sometimes it just doesn't work as effectively. See, we got a trigger low one, so there's a failure there, which may trigger and it may go up. I don't know. I don't bloody know what's going on today. Well, we had a push up and came back in another push up. When I put my stop, I actually put it above there, which was an extra couple of ticks. A lot of times when you have this, sometimes it'll take you out for a tick and come down. And I was hoping, try to go one strike, there's a fell second entry short there, which is triggered, so I don't know whether it will come down or not.
Stop filled.
Please open this with a 1 minute time frame. Validate your entries. Trouble is with this strategy, we don't do that. So I'm clearly not feeling it today. It looked like a lower high to me. At the key entry point, we had the short-term trend channel. We had a break, 2 legs up to the EMA. I don't know. Clearly not feeling it today. Same again with the 10,000 tick chart. If you trade in max chart, it doesn't use any of those, see. So that's the problem. It's hard to, it's a hard day to trade today. It's just not clear. The short-term trend channel, you generally have a break and a new low. We had a break. We had 2 pushes up. That was bearish. I took the lower high, triggered, pushed up. Get it. I don't know whether that's right or not. It certainly looks like it, doesn't it? Found it hard to trade today. It does look like a channel. It's clearly making lower lows and lower highs. And the only thing I can say about that one is a little bit further away from the EMA. I would prefer that sitting a little bit higher. I don't know. Perhaps this is it. Perhaps it's 2 legs. Let's have a look. So the nearest tick. Well, it's not working because I'm not reading it right. That really should have been a little bit closer to the EMA. Pushed up a little bit closer. Trouble is, when you learn these strategies, they're not black and white. They're not straightforward. Context is a big part. That looks like 2 legs up to me. There's a failed second entry short, which is triggered. I like that, to take that short.
Order submitted. Order filled.
More risk than I wanted. But if we break below there, we're going to take out those failed second entry long stops. Let's get rid of that.
Order cancelled.
got a new low there, triangle low, one triangle low twice, triggered. So there's a failed second entry, short, triggered there. So if it comes down below here, it'll take out them stops. You took a loss there as well, did you? Sometimes they work, other times they just don't. Depends what the market's like. I think if the market's choppy, I don't get it sometimes. It's been harder to trade lately. You know, trades I was taking, got you gone short of you. We got one leg. It's a perfect measured move. One leg up, two legs up, and it triangle low, one triangle size. So it's a bearish bar which is triggered above there. So there's going to be some longs in there, no doubt about it, which is triggered. But then you get this bearish bar below the EMA. So if it breaks below here, there's going to be some long stops there. So I expect it come down. So it might be one leg down, a two-legged correction, and another leg down, in which case I think it'll go quite a bit lower. I expect it to make the lows from here, but it might not work. Sometimes you just have days where they just don't seem to work. I mean, we seem to be moving down, so we've got this down channel. You expect a break and a new low, so we've got two perfect legs up. Now, a lot of the times it'll stop you out and then go in the direction that you expected. So if anybody took them, or that one, you've been stopped out and it's ended bearish, so it could just drop below here and absolutely tank, or it might go up and stop us out again. It's hard today. I can't judge it very well today. Okay, so you may have gone long there again, which is triggered. So if it does come below here and here, I expect a good push down. But that does look like a leg with a two-legged correction and another leg down. If we do manage to push below here, I'm going to bring my I'm going to bring my take profit down and try and get some more out of this, because I'm down. What am I down? $300 at the moment. $350 at the moment. You'd expect a new low after this, but market's just not. It's just playing out these channels, and then it's not doing what you would sort of expect it to do, so I don't know. But it does look like it's going to push up and stop everyone out again. I don't know. Today's been a bit strange. Yeah, it has been strange. I mean, it's a perfect measured leg, that, and a nice big bearish bar, and it's trapping. There's quite a lot of longs in there. But it looks like it's going to go out and take us all out again. I just don't get today. Some days I just don't understand. Other days, they seem to work like clockwork. Maybe we're just getting a lower high and I'm worrying for nothing, but I don't know. But it does look like a channel down and a perfect two-legged correction. So if this finishes bearish, then I think we're okay. But what I am going to try and do is get some of my money back by trying to run this, because one leg down, if it does come down, I expect another leg down. One leg and two legs if it does come down. So I'm going to bring my stop maybe down to these bottoms, my take profit, and try and get something out of it. Hopefully this is just a lower high. If this ends up bearish, I think we're okay. The fact explanation. I hope he does sometimes. The trouble is, a lot of these trades that us mere mortals get into, he just assumes that no one in their right mind would take that anyway. So I don't get it. Right, I've got to step out the room for a minute. I'm absolutely busting for a pee. I'm pretty sure it's a two-legged correction, so I'm just 2 seconds. It's all right, it's occupied. Okay. Oh, God. Nobody really knows where the bars are going. Trillions of traders out there, yeah. It is a lower high anyway. It's two perfect legs up the lower high. Once we get below here, and then here, I expect it to come down nicely. I did think about taking that trade, but as I'm down a bit today, I'd rather not risk anything more than I need to. But if we can push down below here, that's where the failure stops will be. Then I expect it to come down. Perfect measured leg and another leg. Perfect measured move. Sorry, correction. And then another leg down. But we've got to get down below here. It looks like it's doing what it does when it moves really quickly. I just hope if it does move quickly, it comes in my direction. Got to get down below here where the failures are. It's just looking a bit scary at the moment, I've got to say. Hopefully. Leg down. Perfect measured move. 2 legs up. Even gave the lower height. Yeah, exactly. But it's just, I don't like the way it's doing this. Once we get below here, that's where the failure stops will be. If you don't take this, you say you're going to take. If you don't take this, what else are you going to take? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a lower high. It's a perfect break out of here. 2 perfect legs up. Definitely seem to be making sort of lower highs, high lows. I don't know whether you believe in there's a bigger trend here. I think we're certainly making lower and lower. I'll be surprised if Mac doesn't take that, or certainly the lower high. But the way it's acting, sometimes it'll just spike and just take you out and leave you bewildered. But once it gets below there, that's where the failures will be. The failure stops. Get out the trade. Oh, I can't, mate. I've just got to go with it now. Oh dear. I should have come out really. It just looked like a leg. Perfect measured leg, and then down again. After this leg with this measured leg, this is the type of trade I see that penguin guy going for 2 to 1 or 1 to 2. Oh, that's me out. Oh, not a good day today. Not feeling it at all today. Trying to thinking about getting my money back there. You'll target the new low. Yeah, I should have done. I just thought after that leg and a perfect two-legged correction, we were going to make another leg down here. Obviously, clearly, we other plans. I can't come out yet, as much as I want to, just in case. Penguin guy, he's got a Discord, but you'll see his analysis. This is the type of thing he'll see this channel go down, and he'll see a perfect measured leg, a two-legged correction, and he'll take that with this bigger leg in mind. And trades like that, he'll do like 1 to 2. But I don't know, something's just not right today. It's not playing as it normally would today. It's a funny old day. It's just, it doesn't feel right. And I can't quite put my finger on it. I consider getting out here, but you just don't know, do you? Perhaps it's just messing around for a bit. Perhaps it will go, I don't know. Got to get in the trade and just leave it, and you know, and it did make a new low, but what I'm seeing, if I'm honest, is this. There's a bigger down trend, and it fits nice. So I'm seeing this leg, perfect two-legged correction, and I expect another leg. It makes perfect sense to me. That's what I sort of don't get. It makes perfect sense. Perfect two-legged correction, and I expect another leg down. And if we're in this down channel, you would expect to come down to these lows, certainly to the lows of the day. That's what makes sense. But what I will do, because it's this lower high, 1, 2, 3 ticks, I'm going to bring it down 3 ticks. At least if I get taken out, it'll be by 3 ticks less for the lower high. I didn't realise I put it above there, but it didn't come up there anyway, so. But it makes perfect sense to me. Leg, 2 legs up, a perfect correction, and then a bearish bar followed by a lower high. You'd expect another leg. I'd put money on this penguin guy putting that trade, whether he says he lost it, but after you've had this leg, you expect another leg down, so he would, in that case, have his stop here, whether he goes for this, and he'll go for 1 to 2 on there. Part of me wants to get out, but another part of me thinks, believe in the trade. It should make another leg, really. Once I get below here, I'll jump in. trouble is, after this channel, it's a perfect measured move. One leg, two leg. It's a two-legged correction followed by a lower high. And sometimes they just take a bit of time to work, and it, we'll see. Should have come out here in all right, but I just thought the bigger leg down there. I think I'm reading the chart pretty okay. There's a second entry long there, which is very bearish. So if we can get below there, then I fully expect to come down to this measured leg. When I draw these measured legs, I think they work out pretty accurate. It's, what I would say one of my stronger points, but obviously the market's, it's not right today. It's very choppy. It could grind sideways, yeah, but I still expect, there's like a leg there. I expect another, measured move there. I certainly, once we get below here, I'm convinced it's going to come down here. It just makes perfect sense. I don't know how many times I've said, okay, this is my target. This is where the market's going to go after what I'm reading. And 8 times out of 10, it does. Maybe even more than that. Leg, two-legged correction, leg. That's what I'm seeing in an overall downtrend, a bigger picture of the downtrend. Leg, 2 legs up, leg. Makes sense to me. Leg break, leg. And that would retest the lows of the days. Whether we get down here, I'd certainly expect to get into this area. What do? Do you give in, or do you just believe in the trade? I mean, yeah, I should have got out here in all hindsight, but what the market's telling me, the chart's telling me, is we've got a leg with a two-legged correction, and I expect another leg. Market likes to work in twos. It does make sense. Sometimes they take a bit of time. But I'm pretty sure I'll see on that penguin, guys, there, he took that one, or he took the lower high. And because we've had this leg, and there's plenty enough room for a 2-to-1 or 1-to-2 risk. But it might go against me, who knows, I don't know. I'm beyond care at the moment. They say trade without fear. I've got no fear at the moment. I'm just believing in the system, believing in the setup. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Trading one contract definitely helps. But it is congested. But a lot of the times that'll sort itself out. And then once we get so far down, I expect quite a steep push. We need to get down below here, really, then I'll feel a little bit more confident, because there's a second entry long there, which is triggered. Once we get below there, I fully expect to get down here. I do this all the time with these legs. I say this is my target, and it always works its way down, or very, very rarely doesn't. I'm pretty okay at reading the markets. That's one of my stronger points. My discipline is one of my weaker points. It could be a range, yeah, but we're certainly getting lower lows, aren't we? So once we get below here, I'll feel a bit better. I could come out there, but if I jump out there and it comes right down here, and I could have got all my money back, I'll kick myself. It looks like when it slowly does this up, down, then down a bit more, up, down, then down a bit more, it's that slow grind. It does tend to work. Once we get down below here, then I'll bring my stop down there so I don't get battered. So the Penguin guy is a way more experienced trader than me. He's a really good market. He's a really good chart reader. And I watch him a lot because my plan is to get a little bit more, certainly 1-to-1. And that level down there with a perfect two-legged correction, you'd expect another leg. In my opinion, we're clearly working down. And he'd go for 1-to-2 there. So if that's his 1, his 2 would be down here somewhere. So once we get so far down, I'll just panic and drop my stop in. Two-legged short term, but if you want to analysis how Penguin trades, you are really rough, and I would leave this style alone. What I see though is the leg and the two-legged. You aren't analysing how Penguin trades correctly. Okay. See, his style is exactly the same. He trades pats. He just goes for a little bit more points. I tend to like to go for 1-to-1. See how we finish here. Once we get below this bar, see, then I expect it to push down nicely. It is. It's a leg with a perfect two-legged correction. But this could be the bottom of the range, I suppose. So let's say, okay. Okay, we've broken there. So let's see if we can get that bit lower. Okay, so I think if we get below there, we should have a bit of a push. So I'm quite happy to put it there. At least I'm securing myself something anyway. To get below here, I think we'll have some movement then. Couple of more ticks. One more tick. Come on. One more tick. I expect us to move down at a reasonable pace there. Okay, we broke below there. Not quite the dramatic movement I was hoping for. Let's put that there. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay, now let's push right down and give me this other leg. See if we can get back in the green. I expect to come down here now. Leg. Two-legged correction. Leg. Okay, trigger and then push down. Come on. Okay, this is all I'm prepared to give back if it doesn't push down here. I'm pretty sure it's coming down here. Makes perfect sense. Do I give it a bit more or not, or do I take what I've got? Might tick above there. Come on. Okay, let's give it a little bit of room to tick above, and then that's it. You're welcome, Jay. Anytime, mate. Anytime, bud. You just gone long, have you? I just wanted to give that room to trigger. Hopefully it'll push down and take that out. Just bringing me stop loss down just to secure some profits. I just wanted to give that chance to trigger because I think we're coming down to trigger and then stop possible longs out. They might be taking that, that's all. I just wanted to give it that little bit of room. Yeah, just some secured, some profits there. But to me, this is my target. And I'm pretty accurate with these when I put them there and I believe in them. I need it to drop below there. It's not pushing down as strongly as I expected, but it might do. Yeah, normally we would sort of go for 1 to 1 or 1 to 2. I mean, I'm down a little bit today, and I'm pretty sure after this leg with the 2-day correction, we're making another leg down here. But just in case it does decide to hightail and go in, at least I'm securing something. I'd just like to get my money back. I'm not just being random or holding on for dear life. I believe what it's going to do. That bullish bar there, after we've broken out of that little range area, is triggered. Now it's stopped out now. So I would think it would push down some more. There's almost like a little bit of a range area there, isn't there? I still believe in this other leg. So if this finishes down here, I'll bring my stop round a bit more and secure a bit more. But I'm just going to follow it down. I'm not going to do anything drastic. It'd be nice to get back in the green, which I am now anyway. So, okay. Let's push down now. But it makes perfect sense to me. Leg, 2-legged correction, followed by another leg. This is where I see things. See how bearish this is. Okay, keep going. Come on. This is my target down here. Come on. To get below these lows. I want to give it a little bit more space, but I'm not going to. It may bounce off the midline, yeah, which is why I brought that down there. I'm prepared to give it a little bit, but nothing less.
Stop filled.
Okay, so what do we get there? Finally, we're back in the green. Excellent. Okay, so that worked out all right in the end. Okay. Funny old day that was. Not my best. I still expect that to come down without a doubt. What time is it? Oh, we've been going quite a while now. Nice. Yeah, sometimes you've got to believe in it. I absolutely think that's coming down. 100%. Well, as much as I can get. It's perfect sense to me. Leg with a two-legged correction and another leg. I don't know. We'll see if that. Who was it that mentioned that? We'll see if the penguin guy takes that or takes the lower high for 1 to 2. I think he will. Personally, I think this is his bag. I think I watch him quite a lot, but I might be wrong. We'll see later. But whoever made the comment, prepare to have your nose rubbed in it if he does take that one. But I don't know. I might be wrong. But who was it mentioned? Chad. You aren't analysing how penguin trades correctly. This is a very small correction compared to all the other corrections. He would look at that as one leg, not two. You think so? We'll have a look later, see what happens. But that to me looks like one leg with a two-legged correction and another leg. Something to watch it. Too bad Mac will never do this style of live streaming. He doesn't need to. I think he makes plenty of money. It doesn't suit everyone. Some people, you know, I mean, some might say I shouldn't live stream and trade at the same time, but I'm the type of person that thinks out aloud. I talk to myself anyway, so that's all I'm really doing is talking to myself, and I'm trying to work out what's going on. And sometimes if I talk to myself, I hear it a little clearer. So I'll see anyway, but I'd like to sit down and just watch it at that bottom because I'm pretty sure it's going to. I'm not saying you'll see legs. That's just wrong. I'm pretty confident it's not penguins. Yeah, see, I thought it was. That's I hear him say that leg with a two-legged correction and another leg. I'd be interested. You've got a challenge on there, Chad. I'll be interested. You owe me. Where are you from? The US. I'm from the UK. You owe me a night out on the beer, mate. If you're wrong, and vice versa. But I mean, whether it's his way or my way, but to me, this is textbook. Let's just put that. Sorry, I'm just going to set this out now. This is textbook leg with a correction and a leg. Let's put that there. In fact, let's move it here. We've got one leg, a two-legged correction, another leg. And not just that, we are clearly coming down. And I'd expect to break these lows. And if we do break these lows, we're more or less there anyway. But I let it come back so far, but I wasn't prepared to let it come back because I wanted to guarantee myself at least, what am I, $50 up, minus fees, about $22 up. So there you go. Sometimes things are worth holding on for if you believe in the pattern, and we do see this type of pattern a lot of the time. See, the overall trend is down. It is sort of rangy, but it is working, in my opinion, in a bigger picture. And a couple of other people have mentioned about that. We've got a leg, sort of a pull back, another leg, pull back, another leg. It does seem, and if you see, look here as well, we've done a similar sort of thing there. We've had a leg, and I haven't measured this. We'll just see if it works. We've had a sort of a leg, a two-legged correction, followed by another leg. It's a little bit lower, but it's the same sort of principle. I mean, in there does look like there's a couple of legs up. A leg up to here, a little bit of a correction, another leg up. There's 2 pushes up there, a correction, and another couple of pushes up. I shouldn't have taken that trade. What I should have done is check there's no bigger overall trend working down. And if I'd have put that there, I wouldn't have taken that then. But at the time, I was thinking we're ranging and pushing back up to these highs. So sometimes drawing these early on can go against you. And sometimes if you forget to draw them, they can also cause you some trouble. So there you go. But I'm just going to sit here and watch that there because I'm sure it's coming down. I'm pretty accurate when I see these, and I quite often say this is my target, and it'll come down. Why does he need? Yeah, he doesn't need to. I don't live stream to teach anybody anything. I live stream purely because I like the fact if people are watching me, I'm less likely to do something stupid. And I kind of like the fact that there's other comments and I can learn from other people. And if you, a guy said to me, a trader said to me, surround yourself with people you want to be like. So if I put myself in the realms of other traders, I mean, I'm not a YouTuber. You're never going to make money on YouTube unless you get hundreds of thousands of views. It's never going to happen on you know, a sort of a niche thing like this. And like I say, I'm not a skilled trader. I'm just a guy who's trying to make my life better. But I like the idea of streaming because I can talk to people. I can talk through things. And sometimes when motions used to get the better of me, I used to just hit the buy and sell button and I'd rack it up to 10 contracts. I used to go stupid. Now, since I started trading, I haven't done that. I've done that when I've come back and traded later, but not on the stream. And I've only blown one account in the 5 months I've been streaming. Only blown one account on the stream. So it does hold me back, and it's helped to control those urges. All I've got to do, this looks like a break, and then I'd expect another leg down. So there's a leg, and this looks like it might be two separate legs. We can get up to about here somewhere. Get second entry short. I wouldn't mind taking that. It's just nice to be back in the green. It's been a rushed day. I've taken some trades I shouldn't have done. Sometimes, you know, the keenness to want to make some money and get some trades on the board sometimes clouds your judgment. In all fairness, I thought that was okay. Clearly sort of coming down. I thought that was an okay trade. That one worked fine. That one, I hadn't drawn the larger trend. That one worked. One didn't, one did. So I don't usually take this many trades in all honesty, but that one failed, but luckily that one made up for that one. But that's the beauty of doing a minimum 1-to-1. You can cover your arse. That one lost. That one, so it's a loss, a winner. Was another loss up here, so 2 losses, 2 winners. 3 losses and 2 winners today. Yeah, long day, Jonathan. Yeah, I'm surprised my wife hasn't come up going, what are you doing? 3 losses and 2 winners, and I'm $50 up, so I just want to see this measured move played out just for my own sanity, so I'm reading the market. Push down, a 2-legged correction, and another leg. Might go sideways a bit there, but I don't mind that. Got a new low there. Possible second entry short off here. Yeah, I don't usually trade this long, Jonathan. Obviously, I was in that trade for quite a while, and I just wanted to see that other leg. I just wanted to see this other leg play out. Excuse me just a second. I'm just going to shout to my wife. I'm nearly done. There's demand at 4126. That's down here. Yeah. I'm guessing this is just maybe a little bit of a push up, but I'm still convinced. I do this all the time. See these legs, and I really believe in them, and I put my targets down here, and most of the time they work. Now I did consider holding there and running it down the bottom, but I'm also not the most confident of traders at the moment, so which is why I decided to take some profits there. See Matt teaching a live environment. Yeah, it would. I'll tell you something, even if Matt live streamed his trades but never said a word, so he just recorded his stream, I reckon you get 1,000 people paying $100 a month to watch him. 1,000 people paying $100. I'm not the best at maths, but what's that, about 100 grand a month? You could live Zoom his trades. People will pay a fortune for that. He wouldn't really. I mean, he could just talk to himself. You know, he could switch off the comments, so you would literally just watch him. Yeah, I've got no doubt this is coming down to my measured move and probably beyond, because I maybe expect it to break the lows of the day. With it being high volume day, you need to lower your order size. I have, mate. I've gone down from 2 contracts to 1 contract. And that's all I'm trading now. Increase stop loss will be taken out. Yeah, I get what you're saying there. A lot of times you get taken out for a couple of ticks. The trouble is, this is what I've learned here, and what I'm trading is max price action system. And he's been trading this system for about 28 years, and he's sort of mastered it to a degree. And when you play the game properly, and you don't, you know, get sort of too excited into poor setups, it's very effective. And that's just part of the rules. It always goes 1 tick above the stop loss. You know, if I take that as my signal bar, if I was going short there, my order would be either 1 tick below it or wait for it to trigger below and drop it, and 1 tick above the signal bar. Now we're at the bottom of it, and now I expect to come down here. How long you been studying Pat Style? Just under 2 years. But it does take time. So if I'd have waited for this, see, I'd have had my stop. I put my stop or my order a few ticks above this, and I like to do that, so that would have probably hit that now. It certainly will in a second anyway, because I've got no doubt that's coming down. So where did I get in? It was about, was it that one? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? So let's go there. So straight away there, I'd have had 11.5, 12 points. But I'm confident that's going to hit that measured leg. But there's 12 points there. But I'm pretty sure I'll come down there. But see what I mean about the leg? Perfect correct, 2-legged correction, followed by another leg. 1 leg, 2 leg. Yeah, it does take time. It does take time. Let me just check I got this right. Yeah. Okay, we're a tick off it. In all honesty, I never go right to it. I'd have put mine maybe, I don't know, maybe a point above it, and that would have been fine. I still expected to go further. We bounced off this midline, and I thought it may come up and retest this midline, so, but I still expected to go down. But it does take time. Learning a second entry, it's not that. It's applying these trades and setups, excuse me, to the correct context, and that's the tough bit. And then obviously you've got your patience, and you know, we're so eager to do well and to take trades, and a lot of the time we get a half decent setup, and it's very easy to get in there and get a bit too excited, and before you know it, things have changed. But it's clearly I wasn't convinced early, but once we started pushing off there, leg, 2-legged correction followed by leg, it's we see this all the time. And I quite often put these there, and you'll hear me say quite often, this is my target, this is my target. And, you know, if I take a trade, Matt's got a video actually that says enter on correction. So if you look at that, we have this leg, 2-legged, enter on a correction, which it is. It's a 2-legged correction followed by another leg. Whether it'll come down and break that, I expect it will do. But there you go. So at least we got a bit in cred anyway, so... didn't turn out to be a bad day in the end, but I could have done so much better in the way. If I'd have left a couple of trades, I'd have been a nice amount up now. I thought that was okay. That 1-1, that 1-1, that was the messed up trade, but it looked different when I took it. I had to adjust my what's it? I know. I think I've had too much coffee today. I've had about 4 cups of coffee. I'm a wired person anyway, but I don't think it's helping my nerves. So there you go anyway. But it is what it is. But, you know, some days things work better. Some days it's not black and white. The trouble is that our decision-making process is often made in the last second. Do we take it or do we not take it? And there are areas where it's a little bit grey. What do we do here? Is it congested? How congested is it? Is it too congested? Is that too congested? I don't think so. My congested to your congested might be completely different, but I see Mac take trades like this all the time. So there's a lot of grey area. How you interpret something is quite often different to how someone else. But it's all about fine-tuning this until you get better and better at it. And sooner or later, you know, it's like learning to drive. You just get better and better. We just constantly tune ourselves to the road. You know, more experience, you just get better and better. And this is the same sort of thing, really. It's constantly fine-tuning that tool of a brain to work, you know, in harmony and understand what's going on with these setups and that. But I just want to stay here till it's my measured move and then my job is done then. But I'm pretty accurate with these, and these are pretty accurate. If you can spot how they're working, they're very accurate. We see them go right to the nearest tick. But as we've broken these lows, I think it's quite feasible, because we are in this downtrend. We could break the lows of the day, which will be there. And that would make sense. I should have left that, really. Their trades I would have left. I much prefer it when they push up a lot closer. Sit in something like that. I like them to break above the EMA and then come down. That didn't really. It just ticked above it and came down. Come on. So I had my initially I had my profit down to around about here, which would have clearly worked. Sometimes, I mean, if you can spot these, I don't know, and you're on low contracts, then maybe go for a bit more. I mean, Matt goes for his bread and butter, his scalps, but then he makes most of his money on his runners, and he'll have spotted something like that. Whether he traded here or not, I don't know. But if he is in a trade here, he'll probably run this down and he'll know where it's coming to. I just need another tick there. Short-term trend channel break. Maybe a few longs in there. If we tick below there, we'll clearly hit this. But I'd like to see a new low to the day, which I think is feasible. I'll let this tick through and that will be it for the day for me. So my chart reading is okay. My discipline when it comes to trade choice is my weaker side. That one, I don't know. I think a lot of traders will be caught out by there. That's probably just, that didn't look right. A pullback to me is something like this before we go higher. That was a bit of a, something didn't look right there, and if my life depended on that, then I probably wouldn't have taken that for this. But and that one was just a little bit naive, not focusing on maybe the bigger picture. So that one, not the best setup. Should have left that one. I prefer that to push up here and then sit just below there, nice and red. It's not a new lens, trust me. Yeah, it's not easy. It does take time. The mental aspect of the game, yeah, it's by far the toughest. It's the toughest part, speed, isn't it? Learning it is is not so much mentally difficult. It's just learning the process, which takes time. It's like learning anything. It's like learning to be a carpenter or learning to be a bricklayer or a doctor. It takes time because there are so many different aspects to it. But with trading, because there's money involved, it adds a certain other element to it, and that's the tough bit when you're trading for money. See, if you're a, I don't know, let's say for instance, you're a school teacher, you're going out and you're going to do your job. You know, at the end of the week, your money's there. You know, I could work for 3 hours today and lose money, and that's where lies the problem, because you know you've got that stress aspect of, am I going to lose money today? And obviously that has a big impact. Come on, give me my tick. There we go. Beautiful. So that to me was a textbook leg down with a two-legged correction and another leg down. I think it's likely once we've got below here, we may push down and have that the low of the day. But you know, part of me wishes I'd have stayed in there, but I'm glad to get back in the green. So maybe on another day I'd have sat through that, but my confidence level isn't massive at the moment. And if that had been my first trade of the day, then maybe after identifying that, I may have thought we're coming down here. And if I'm right at the very top of it, it's always the best place to take it. Right at the very top of a correction. You know, if you took a correction, maybe a second entry short here on a correction, it could come out and stop you out. But if we're right at the top of that correction, that's where your stop is. Theoretically, everything that does appear below should be below, you know, should be lower than yours. But there you go. That's it. It did what I expected. So, bit of a funny day today. That caught me out. That probably caught a few traders out. That one just pure down to naive. I just didn't have that big a picture drawn. I'm thinking channel break, new high, but obviously in a downtrend it doesn't always work that way. And that one, same again. It was ranging to me at the moment. We had a second entry long there. It actually looked better there for me, but I hadn't reloaded my historic data, so it looked crap compared to it. But we had that second entry long, and then we had a higher low. I gave the failed second entry long chance to trigger, and I took my trade above it. So it's one of those things. Don't know. What's Edward said? Where is he? With it being high volume day, you need to. Yeah. Edward's just obviously trading a different style, and there's that many different strategies, and some strategies will call for that sort of thing. But obviously, Max. The trouble is, sometimes I assume that everybody trades Max, and they don't. So there's so many different, you know, just because we're trading the ES, there's probably so many different ways to trade these, you know, this market. So that's all he's thinking of. So yeah, that's all Edward's thinking of. That's all his strategy requires for that, and that, you know, it makes perfect sense. But obviously with Max, we stick to these set of rules, or I should stick to these set of rules. But there you go. Yeah, but I mean, Chad, he doesn't know. He's just putting in what he does, what works for him, and that's fair enough. We don't all trade the same system here, but it's been of a funny day today, I've got to say. I've kind of enjoyed the end of it, but the beginning and 2/3 of the way through were a little bit funny. But I haven't felt the amount of stress today I normally would, and I put that down to reducing from 2 contracts to 1 contract. So it's definitely helping me. So all I need to do is think about, this is a marathon now, not a sprint. I need to brush up on some of my trade entries. I think I need to drink a bit less coffee. And think, but there were a few awkward trades around today. That was one. I'd expect a few traders to get caught out from there. That one worked out okay in the end. I thought it would do, and that 2 legs down worked out beautifully. So I can't wait, Chad, to see to see the Penguins guy today. We're going to make a new low there. I can't wait to see the Penguins guy, because if he says there's a leg with a 2-legged correction and a leg, I'm so going to rub your nose at it tomorrow. But there you go. So I expected that to happen. It was perfect sense to me, and I also expected to make a new low of the day because we're clearly in this bigger trend, which it did. So, sometimes I can take a few losses if the market does what I expect it to do, which means I'm reading the chart right. Now, obviously, there's areas where experience, pays off. You're down 400 on your PA, but could have been much worse. Yeah, but it's been a bit of a finicky day today. It looks relatively easy, but there are some tricky parts to it. I bet that threw a lot of traders, that. Who knows? I do like the fact that penguin guy often puts his order down here, so that tells me he may give these chance to trigger and stop him out before he goes. I'll have a look into them. I may even drop him out your $700. Yeah, okay, I'm right clicking and saving this. Let's see what happens. I do like the way he trades though, but he is, in my opinion, he's a top-notch chart reader. He's very technical and it works really well for him. So it'd be interesting to know how long he's been trading, but he does seem like he's been at it for 5 years or so. But there you go. So long day today, 4 hours, but it's been worth it actually. In the end, it's been a good school day for me, and I don't mind making these screw ups because you learn from them. It's how you learn. So look, I appreciate all your comments, guys. It's nice having a bunch of people that I'm starting to get to know now, and I hope, maybe my chart compares to yours. If it helps you, then great. But this is purely my journey. None of this is intended on teaching anybody. I don't, charge anybody. I make a bit of money off commissions, but it doesn't cost you guys anything. Apex pay me that. And as far as I'm concerned, Apex have had a shitload of my money and I want some of it back. So if they offer me money, then there we go. You're going to take a long year. Yeah. So Mac, if you're trading with Mac, he'll say that's a counter trend trade. And to be fair, who knows? It might continue to come down, but I don't know. I've given up trading these. To me, that's picking a bottom, and I've had much luck with that. But if you're experienced in taking these, then trouble is now we're down here. You don't know whether we're just going to tank. But look, I appreciate all your comments anyway, and if I help you in any way, just seeing me go through it, seeing my struggles maybe relate to yours and might help you, help your emotions a bit, and you realise you're not on your own. Everyone finds it hard, which is why I tend to show you a bit of everything on there. You've seen me at my best and you've seen me at my worst. So there we go. So what would be impressive would be if market dropped all the way down to the bottom of the channel. You were drawn that one there. Yeah, well, put it this way. If you were in a short now, where would you be thinking about taking your profits? Here, wouldn't you? So in a strange way, you would think, well, that if people are coming out of shorts there, isn't that a good time to buy? Who knows? But I would expect it. I mean, it's clearly bounced here a bunch of times. It's bounced here, so I can't sit here any longer. My wife's going to be, because she thinks if I'm sitting up here longer than 3 hours, I'm revenge acting. And in most cases, she's, oh, we'll have a look at that tomorrow. But I'd expect it to. It would make sense, wouldn't it? If we're in a short here, bring it down, hold on as much as you can. But there you go. So that's it for today, guys. It's been an interesting day today, actually. It's been a good learning process for me. Few cock-ups, few mistakes, but I've managed to come back. But one important thing that I have noticed, I haven't felt the same pressure trading 2 contracts as I have with 1 contract. I felt way more relaxed. I wouldn't let that run down there and come out down here. Otherwise, I'd have panicked and jumped in. So, perhaps everyone that's ever told me I need to reduce to 1 contract, perhaps finally I've listened. But I know a trader buddy of mine, Marlon, who's been trying to get me to go down at 1 contract for about the last year, and I've never listened to him, so he'll be pleased. So there you go, folks. So I hope you've had a good day. Managed to get in the green by about $25 after not quite the huge amounts of money I was expecting to earn. But, one thing I've realised, there are massive amounts of money to be earned, but you've got to build up slowly and build up accounts, and a guy once told me, get the trades right, learn to trade, and the money will follow. I guarantee it. So I think I've probably been a little bit too blinded with the large amounts of dollar signs that everyone seems to mention. So, it's all about learning and getting better. And I believe, I improve, and it takes time. But if you just keep getting back up every morning and studying and keep working and working, sooner or later you'll do well. You can't earn these huge amounts of money if it wasn't difficult. Otherwise, everyone would be doing it and everyone would be earning a ton of money. That's why very few people do, because they give up. I believe that anybody can do this unless you may be, a freakish gambler. But anybody, just given that the right amount of drive and motivation to want to learn and improve, can learn this. But they say 95% won't, but I'm pretty convinced after knowing how difficult it is because they give up. So there you go. I've talked enough today. I've drunk 2 bottles of water and my mouth is that dry. I need to go. So that is it for today. I appreciate all your comments. Have a great evening. Stay safe, and we'll do all this again tomorrow, hopefully a little bit easier. So have a great evening.